Real quick.
Yes, yes,
Okay.
yes.
I would prefer it since they're here now, that everybody got in their spots.
Okay.
And sat this way, there's no last minute.
No problem.
Sorry about that.
No problem.
Oh, you were right on the money.
Yeah. No, her press secretary was on the.
Where?
No, Lola's in here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Last
Okay. Let me see if I can grab her.
takes 3 minutes.
At least before you guys.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's not.
Yeah, we're just down below.
It's just me. Don't worry.
Be here, or stash it up here. Let's stash it there, and then I tape it literally just here.
Okay, we gotta tape that one.
Yeah. Okay, that's all it is. Okay, great.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks, Mike.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you guys have a pretty important role.
We're just trying to make sure. We're just trying to make sure get out of here without fucking up. That's all our job is.
Frank, can you hear me? Yeah? Can you hear that mic as well? Can you hear that mic as well? Yes? Okay. Now I'm taking my hand away from the mic. Hello. All right, good. Thank you.
What's that? Yeah.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Thank you all for being here. Secretary Noam and our CBP team and HSI will be out here in just a few moments. But I do want to give you all a heads up, and we can send this to you over email or text if that's easier. My team will be out there to distribute it to you. But I do want to let you know who is going to be speaking today. Of course, Secretary Noam, Secretary of Homeland Security, CBP Director of Field Operations of New York, Frank Russo, ERO Field Officer Director of New York, Kenneth Ganallo, and then HSI Special Agent in Charge, Ricky Patel. So we can get you that spelling and those titles, but we'll get started in just a few minutes. Thank you all for coming. You want to repeat it back? Okay. CBP Director, Field Operations, New York, Frank Russo. ERO Field Director, New York, Kenneth Ganallo. HSI Special Agent in Charge, Ricky Patel. Anything you need here again? Spelling? Frank Russo, R-U-S-S-O, Ganallo, G-E-N-A-L-O, Patel, P-A-T-E-L. All right, guys, thank you.
just got a reminder to silence my cell phone, so I thought I'd leave you guys for a reminder.
I might change. They already wrote the stories, actually. I know.
That's good for hours.
I'll be for 10.
Not out here, not out in the.
Although today is nice.
Supposed to be like
50 off. That'll work. All of it. I hope she's going to give it all. I'm good.
then they'll say, no, I don't think.
No, what they'll say is, magic one just breaks down. Then I get the scoop. Oh, you don't have a feet. But then they're going to tell me, no, I'll get the scoop. So you can ask questions. Oh, and why are you here? So you get the, because
I feel like we're in the past.
they don't move.
Yeah.
It's just so forgettable.
Well, number one, they don't like each other.
The guard down. That was Mark Brown. Is any mics are there?
Say it, they were yelled at, like, sleeping on it.
So I know we can just. What is it? Say, if you see something, say something. That's a suspicious package.
That's looking like a bunch of
Yeah, it's not sad.
You're not gonna overshadow Christie.
Fix some kind of juice.
Awful.
It's just It's my phone. I'm turning it off right now.
Just in case.
It's too broken to embed video anyway.
Dig into it.
Check. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, Right, of course.
I don't even know what's in Florida. We started in Puerto Rico.
Oh, yeah?
It's like a home shop right now.
We went from Puerto Rico to Florida. Yeah. And then we came. We went to
My wife is working for lawyers, but have no ads and no paywall, so I don't really understand why.
Still up?
No,
Do you guys talk about stuff that's like super focused?
sometimes it's not my job.
It's short.
That's why I like it. The crypto story.
What's doing for Jack Cohen? Arizona?
Through the post, yeah.
Yeah, she was like a anchor reporter, I think, for Rhode Island, or was.
We are on standby. We're watching the door to open. Should be anyone.
That's what I'm more familiar with.
No.
Is that what they call it?
That's what they call it.
What I hear.
Yeah. Oh, you go to New York?
He's posted that to post I just don't want you heard that? Unless he invents scenarios and people hear it and start to believe it.
Oh, the Craigslist.
Craigslist. And it was the guy's first name we couldn't remember. So I'm not saying I went to Craigslist University. Fuck that.
It's just the name.
Yeah, I know, but I'm not. I didn't graduate from Craigslist. I thought it was the communication. Okay, they lied. They said 50. And so were you. So you went to Starbucks. Oh, yeah. Craig, we were at school interplanetary couch settings. Graduate school in Germany. That's where I graduated. That's where you graduated. That's right. Yeah. I got one of those make sure because I can't fit into it anymore.
Oh, yeah. I have a t-shirt and a
I think she can't call it. I don't have the actual. You probably got a job. I was afraid.
I was
It's in
gonna
a box in the house.
It still had the same. I never.
It's because it was extra.
Yeah, it's one for everybody. You get it back after you take a photo with it. Yeah.
Mine's on actual shoe.
Hey, it's a pen.
Dude, all these ones are. Say her name when you say something like that. Trivia. Took him out of the closet 2 minutes ago.
Okay, then that's it. That's enough. Okay.
Should be good.
That's the thing. I don't think it's gonna be.
Oh, really?
Okay, got it. Not hopeful, but maybe it'll be great.
Jack. That's really work.
Capital C, lowercase b, lowercase Peter, sign, 2027. Capital C, lowercase b, lowercase What are they calling it? Is anybody moving from New York?
I'm sorry?
Is anybody moving from New York?
Yeah, sorry. Oh, nobody in my life. Nobody will also take out the garbage. You mean in
Good, got it.
The one that just went out. No, I think that's he what they were no, he was like out drinking or he was giving like a tour to friends.
I knew he was here. And he was in Regina?
Yes. Yeah, by the and it was they had a pressure in here because of that.
That's your house. We had to go to the bathroom.
They're all going to be data like reference. That's the worst part of this. I mean, listen, I understand why they do it. Like, my information, my wife covering the fires. You never know for a kid could be up for some discussion that needs historian restoration policy. Answering all the fires in a forthcoming fashion. Or it's more than for anybody else. You know. He's going to run against.
I'm glad I got the AC on. ABC just asked me if I can give up my power. That's why we swapped the battery. No, they're good. No, I'm not telling you either. But if this one fits the camera anyway, it doesn't have a gold mount. Dude, I'm calling Miami.
I sent them to
Since he went off the record.
Go to HR.
Thank you. Last time we were here, we were actually sitting out the window and saw him drive up. And then we knew it was going to be like stop at the door. Two people get to ask questions. Thank you. Because we'll send them. They said that there's no they go cut them off. And then they say, okay, and they walk out.
Secretary Dome event. It looks like it's about to start.
Play by play. The door is open. Flush over the room.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. I'm Kristi Noem, the Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security, and today we're here to talk about an operation that's been going on for several months. In fact, after an incident happened here in New York City that brought us to a point where we recognized that we had to work together in order to bring illegal criminal aliens to justice. Nearly 6 months ago, 2 criminal illegal aliens attacked an off-duty Customs and Border Protection agent and his friend while they were sitting on a rock in a park after hours enjoying the evening together. These 2 criminals came and attempted to rob them, and it ended up where they bravely fought back. This officer defended himself and his friend, but not before being shot in the face and in the arm by one of these criminals. Immediately after, the men and women of the Homeland Security investigations worked with NYPD, leading to the arrest of that gunman in just 2 hours. Within 28 hours, the second assailant was arrested as well, and those individuals have been brought to justice. But those individuals would have never been in this country if they hadn't been allowed in by the Biden administration when they ignored our federal laws and allowed them to come in illegally. Now, the officer that was injured doesn't seek public attention. He wishes to remain anonymous, but he had a distinguished career and a legacy of service and continues to do so. But his life was forever altered by this heinous crime. His attackers never should have been in this country, and they've been protected and were protected up until that point by sanctuary city policies. In fact, they had long criminal rap sheets and were released by the Biden administration and continued to be released by leaders in this city to perpetuate crimes against the citizens that live here. During our investigation, we learned that these scumbags were affiliated with the transnational criminal organization, the notorious Trinitaris gang in New York. We began to target every single last person that is affiliated with them and recognized that they needed to be brought to justice. The American people deserve dignity, they deserve justice, and we deliver both. So we launched Operation Salvo here in New York City. Operation Salvo was a cooperation of the resources of CBP, HSI, ERO, and also the federal prosecutors from the Southern District of New York. The New York County District Attorney's Office also participated in this operation. We've arrested 54 individuals as a part of Operation Salvo since its inception just a few months ago. Those arrested are violent transnational gang members and affiliates associated with Trinitarios who are responsible for weapons trafficking, for human smuggling, for narcotics distribution, and for armed robberies. They had perpetuated previous violent attacks across the city of New York City. We have already removed not only many of these individuals that we have arrested, but over 60% of them have been returned back to their home countries to face justice for their crimes there as well. These arrests and these removals represent a significant blow to the criminal network that has been terrorizing communities and right here in New York City and throughout the United States. And that's our message to this administration, to this city, to the state, and to the United States, is that President Trump and his law enforcement officers that are entrusted to protect the American people will every day continue to keep America safe. Operation Salvo is just the beginning of a broader and a much more sustained effort to go after not only transnational criminal organizations and networks, but also illegal criminal aliens throughout the country. We are on offense. The Trump administration is using every single tool that we have to protect the American people. Sanctuary policies, whether they're here in New York City, whether they're in California, Illinois, or Minneapolis, if you are a criminal illegal alien, we are coming to get you. We will arrest you. We will bring justice, and we will also bring safety to the American people. We are warning anyone, if you think you can harm an individual, a citizen of the United States, or a law enforcement officer, we will find you and bring you to justice. If you lay a finger on one of our officers, we will catch you, we will prosecute you, and you will feel the full extent of the law. In every single thing the Trump administration does, we put the American people first. Operation Salvo has proven that by taking 54 dangerous individuals off of our streets and protecting the people who live here in this city. Now, Also, thanks to President Trump, we have 2.6 million people who have left our country who shouldn't have been here in the first place. They were here illegally, and over 650,000 of them were arrested, detained, and deported back to their home countries. 2 million of them left voluntarily.
Quietly, discreetly, behind the scenes, often under the cover of darkness. And what that did was it allowed our officers and agents to go out there, to conduct surveillance, to do intel gathering operations, and to arrest these individuals without any interruptions and without any impact to civilians. That's the way it's supposed to be done. And that's the way we kept New York City safe. 6 months ago, our officer was enjoying a Saturday night in the park. And when he was attacked, it was an attack on all of us. And we realized we had to restore public safety and the rule of law. Our mission is clear at CBP. Our mission is to protect the homeland, safeguard the borders, and endure economic prosperity. But this mission was more narrowly focused. This mission was about protecting the citizens of New York and ridding ourselves of these horrible individuals. Now, we came up with the name Salvo because the name means a lot to us. Salvo, first and foremost, the term our officer received salvation that night. By the grace of God and because of the incredible support from the NYPD under leadership of Commissioner Tisch and her team, who was out there picking up our officer and bringing him to a hospital. So we thank the NYPD for that. Salvo also references a term of simultaneous discharge of guns in battle. And that's what happened that night to our officer. And he was so courageous in getting shot in the wrist and in the face and still firing back. He's a hero to us, and he inspires us each and every day. And finally, we felt the need as a premier law enforcement agency with our partners to unleash a salvo of justice. And so by using intel-driven operations, data-driven targeting capabilities that are second to none, we went after individuals who are illegally here and many who have criminal records. It was an incredible operation done by working with our partners, realizing that these individuals were affiliated to the Trinitarios gang. And when we realized that, then we did what CBP and our partners do best. Get at the root cause of the problem. Go after these transnational criminal organizations by getting at their networks. And each and every day we would pick off one or two. And with our partners, with ICE, with ERO, with HSI, we used our mapping techniques, looking at individuals with criminal records, arrest warrants, removal orders, and again, picking them off one by one. We could not have done it without them, and it was an amazing success. We looked at businesses, residences, and community hubs that were harboring these individuals. The results speak for themselves. More than 50 arrests as a result of our efforts, all because of the partnership and the work that we did together. It was truly remarkable, and a sign that we will not sit on the sidelines. We will always be there to protect this city. I want to thank, first and foremost, the Secretary again, our Commissioner, our Assistant Commissioner, the Office of Field Operations, our Special Response Team operators, our task force officers, our Border Security team, our field analysis and intelligence units, under the leadership of George Pasiakos, Mike Firing, Dave Campos, and Carmine Borges, who did an incredible job of protecting the city and making sure that a Saturday night in the park is safe. Thank you, everybody, for being here. I'm now going to turn it over to ICRO Director Ken Gianallo. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. How you doing? My name's Ken Gianallo. I am the Field Office Director for ICE Enforcement Removal Operations, New York City. I first want to thank Secretary Noem for traveling to the city today and for our continued and unwavering support of our brave law enforcement officers. We are here today because of the abject failure of the New York City bail reform laws and sanctuary city policies. The tragic shooting of this heroic CBP officer was entirely preventable and is a direct result of those policies. What makes this case particularly egregious is both of these violent criminals had been in NYPD custody on multiple occasions. However, due to these sanctuary city policies and the politicians that prioritize politics over public safety, these criminal illegal aliens were repeatedly released onto New York City's streets to harm this brave officer. ERO New York City is proud to partner with CBP and HSI in this joint initiative to not only locate and arrest the two criminal aliens responsible for the shooting, but also to identify, locate, and apprehend their Trinitario associates, ruthless gang members who engage in illicit activity and terrorize law-abiding New Yorkers. Together, we have arrested over 50 criminal aliens, many with felony convictions, including weapons offenses, drug offenses, robbery, assault, rape, sexual abuse, burglary, and larceny. Approximately 30 of those have already been removed from the United States, while the remaining are in ERO custody at this time. Communities with sanctuary policies suffer the most harm from criminal aliens. When local police release dangerous aliens into the community, they often reoffend in the same community that they are released in. And also, they stay in sanctuary city areas. In this case, the shooter demonstrates he would travel to another sanctuary city jurisdiction, which was in Massachusetts, where he had an outstanding criminal warrant for armed robbery. So to further their criminality without fear of consequences or repercussions, they will travel to sanctuary city jurisdictions, basically hiding in plain sight. They provide safe haven for criminal aliens. The lack of cooperation is unprecedented across the law enforcement spectrum, and rather than the city's stated purpose to protect the immigrants in New York and the citizens of New York City, these misguided policies allow criminals to roam freely in our city, in our country, subjecting New Yorkers and all Americans to unnecessary harm, which includes an off-duty CBP officer just trying to enjoy his Saturday evening in our great city. ICE will continue to uphold the mission to protect the city's residents by holding alien offenders accountable. New Yorkers should not have to worry about violent criminals roaming their neighborhoods because the local systems failed them. We always stand ready to work with our local law enforcement partners without condition and sincerely look forward to reestablishing mutually beneficial path forward for the safety of all New Yorkers to ensure preventable tragedies like this never have to occur again. Thank you. I will now introduce you to the Special Agent in Charge for Homeland Security Investigations for New York, Mr. Ricky Patel.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Thank you, Frank. Thank you, Ken. Good morning. As you just heard, my name is Ricky Patel. I'm the Special Agent in Charge for Homeland Security Investigations, HSI, here in New York City. It is an honor to join my esteemed colleagues today to say, when our partners call, we answer. No hesitation, no delay. That's the commitment HSI New York brings to every threat against our law enforcement family and to our great city. From the very first moment following the July shooting of our CBP partner, HSI agents alongside local, state, and federal counterparts worked relentlessly, day and night, to track those responsible. HSI personnel, in coordination with our local partners, apprehended the accused gunman within 2 hours of the shooting. We swiftly identified his alleged accomplice, whom we arrested shortly thereafter. In the days, weeks, and months that followed, together with law enforcement, we pursued every known associate of this violent migrant gang crew. We pored over every piece of evidence, followed every lead, and made it clear an attack on one of us is an attack on all of us. Our unity is our strength, and we will never let criminals divide us. Our investigation led to the capture of individuals tied to violent transnational gangs, including associates of the Trinitarios gang that are responsible for weapons trafficking, human smuggling, narcotics distribution, armed robberies, and repeated violent attacks across the Big Apple. Their arrests deliver a major blow to criminal networks that have preyed on our New York City neighborhoods for far too long. This was only possible because of the unwielding and unwavering collaboration between DHS partners and those from the Southern District of New York, the Manhattan District's Attorney's Office, and the law enforcement partners from all levels. Investigative methods and interviews were conducted. We identified additional conspirators and expanded our reach. I am proud to say that the main targets and dozens of their associates have been taken off of our streets. But our work isn't finished. We will continue to leverage every resource, whether it's local, state, or federal, to root out anyone connected to this conspiracy and this violent gang. Leadership and teamwork remain the backbone of our success. HSI's mission is clear: protect public safety and national security by investigating and arresting the most dangerous criminal elements from our communities. Every day, we use our broad authorities to enforce hundreds of federal laws, targeting transnational criminal organizations from every angle. We will not rest. We will not back down. HSI New York will continue to disrupt and dismantle criminal networks, ensuring our city and our country remain safe. Thank you, and I now turn it back over to Secretary Noem.
Well, thank you, Ricky and Frank and Ken, for all of your hard work that you do every day here in New York City, but also for the rest of our country. With that, we'll open it up to any questions that you may have.
Of the 54 people, how many had pending charges or criminal convictions? And I'm wondering, ICE's own data in New York City shows that over the last year, between January and October, 70% of the arrests that ICE did in New York City had no criminal convictions or charges. Should New Yorkers expect that trend to change? That's higher than the nationwide average.
If you look across the nationwide average, we have 70% of the individuals that we've arrested and detained have criminal convictions or charges against them, either in this country or other. We're continuing to do our work to bring those criminal illegal aliens to justice. And ICE will continue to get up every day and do what they can to protect New York City. I can have Frank or Ken speak to if you know how many criminal convictions of the 54 had previous to this arrest that they had. I don't know if you have those data points with you.
Numbers,
we can get those for you, though. Exactly. The vast majority of them, though, have criminal charges against them or convictions against them as well. Yes.
Where were the 54 people from? Were they all part of the Phoenix audios? And what's their immigration status?
Again, loosely affiliated to the Trinitarios. I want to make that clear. Through connections by connections that we made by speaking to them, understanding who they were, where they were operating out of, and contacts that they had on their phones. Immigration status, all illegals.
So does loosely connected mean they just knew someone who was in the gang? They were not members?
It varies. It varies spectrum from speaking to individuals associated with the gang to just having conversations.
Secretary, in October we saw mass protests and armored vehicles rolling down Canal Street. How do we ensure that we don't see another situation like what happened yesterday here in Manhattan?
What I would encourage everyone to do, and especially your elected officials, is to bring everybody together to talk about partnerships and start working with ICE and start working with CBP as we bring criminals to justice. And many times your policies and the rhetoric coming out of elected officials has divided people and pitted them against each other. Our job every day, and what President Trump promised to do, was to protect every single American, no matter where they lived in this country, that he was going to make sure that we weren't going to have more victims in this country. And we are going to continue to do that each and every day. And I'd encourage the leaders in this city and your governor and in other cities and states across this country to work with us rather than opposing us so that we can continue to make our streets safer. Yes, right here. Hi. Yep.
This is not the only example, the one that you bring up today, of officers being attacked by alleged gang members in New York City. We also had those officers who were attacked in Times Square back in May. With these examples, has Mayor Mamdani and his administration offered to cooperate when it comes to getting criminal gang members off the streets? Because we know he is not a fan of ICE, but when it comes to criminal gangs, is there any kind of leeway that has been given them?
You know, we're hoping the mayor will work with us to get these criminal elements and especially gang members and terrorist organizations out of New York City. I know he and the president had a productive conversation. Our communication at the Department of Homeland Security has not been productive with the mayor's office or with NYPD, but we want to continue those conversations so we can work together. Yes.
Director Russo spoke about how this operation happened discreetly.
Yeah.
Which is in contrast to what happened in Minneapolis yesterday.
What do you mean in contrast to what happened in?
Very much not.
Because of the protesters and the violent criminals that were attacking our law enforcement. If you remember in that operation, what happened was our officers were out trying to get a car stuck out of the snow when they were surrounded and assaulted and blocked in by protesters that were inciting.
The officer was following his training.
He did follow his training because of an individual that was.
Point blank into a driver's window. Is that part of the training? How is that self-defense?
This is an experienced officer who followed his training, and we will continue to let the investigation unfold into the individual and continue to follow the procedures and policies that happen in these use of force cases. But let's remember the events that surrounded what happened yesterday on that tragic situation was that these individuals had followed our officers all day, had harassed them, had blocked them in. They were impeding our law enforcement operations, which is against the law. And when they demanded and commanded her to get out of her vehicle several times, she did not. So we'll continue to allow this process to unfold and recognize that these law enforcement officers every single day put their lives on the line. They go out and do their jobs. They go out and... This was an act of domestic terrorism, which is perpetuating... These policies and procedures that follow a use of force situation like this are continuing to be put in place. So the standard operating procedure after every use of force situation is that we follow these procedures and protocols. The situation is no different. This young lady, right beside you. I would say that President Trump and his administration are focused on protecting people. So we will never telegraph exactly the numbers and operations that we have and where we will be focused on. But I think that when you see violent criminals that are taking advantage of American citizens and putting their lives in jeopardy, our law enforcement officers at DHS will always show up. Yes. I'll come back. I'll come back. Go ahead.
Secretary, the officer involved in the shooting yesterday, has he been suspended or is he still in the field?
The officer went to the hospital. He was hit by the vehicle, went to the hospital and received treatment, was released and is spending time with his family now. Yes, sir?
Yes. In Minneapolis yesterday, you said the surge there would continue.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't directly say whether we can expect an ICE surge for civil deportation enforcement. Can you explain what a surge is?
I won't describe in detail our law enforcement operations that we have. It's just puts our officers' lives in jeopardy, but they will be there enforcing the laws of this country and upholding the public safety needs that have to happen when it comes to enforcing federal law.
So will this be just Homeland Security investigations?
You know, we've got thousands of officers there, and I'm not opposed to sending more if necessary to keep people safe. Back up here. Yeah, I'm not going to get specific to this officer, but he's an experienced officer that has served a number of years, and we recognize that he acted according to his training, and we have expect that all the policies and procedures of review will be exactly that he acted appropriately to protect his life and the life of his colleagues and fellow law enforcement officers that were there and people that were surrounding. Yes.
I'd like to get your reaction on some of the rhetoric. Mayor
Mm-hmm.
Mamdani responded to the shooting yesterday saying that this is only the latest horror in a year full of cruelty. He called it an attack on us all, that New York stands with immigrants today and every day. Also, council members last night at the protest called this fascism. The New York City's public advocate, Jumaane Williams, said that your administration is, quote, doing the devil's work, and he asked New York City to stand up and show up, quote, it's going to be difficult and there are going to be casualties. And the last comment that was made last night at the protest was from New York State Representative Alex Boros, also a Democrat. Quote, not only was the ICE agent's hand on the gun, but Secretary Noem's hand was on the gun. President Trump's hand was on the gun. What is your response to New York Democratic leaders, those particular comments, and the protesters that are outside?
I would say those comments are why we're standing where we are today. That kind of language and that kind of provocative talk, inciting people to take action and perpetuate violence in some cases is unacceptable, and especially of elected leaders. We have a responsibility to state the facts, to go out and enforce the law. Your mayor just said in that statement that he was going to stand with illegal people who have broken our law before he's going to put New York City citizens first. His job and why he was elected was to protect the people who live here, that had the opportunity to vote for him and have the opportunity to live in this city. They pay their taxes, they go to work every day, and instead the mayor in that statement chose to stand with illegals instead of those individuals who just want the chance to raise their families in New York City and have a part of the American dream. Yes.
2 minutes ago, the head of Minnesota State Investigations Agency said that they have been cut out of the investigation into the fatal shooting in Minneapolis. Can you explain that reversal?
I'd like to know where they've been and why they're not out on the streets investigating all of these people that are harassing and inciting violence on law enforcement officers right now. They're allowing the situation to be volatile. They're not doing their work. They haven't for years, and maybe they should get to work a little bit on the unprecedented fraud that we've seen in Minnesota and in Minneapolis by people that stole from American citizens and diverted funds away from vulnerable people and programs and services that they needed and put it into their own pockets. Minnesota is a train wreck. It is corrupt, and it was under the leadership of Governor Walz and this mayor that they allowed it to happen, and they let criminals and illegals and people abuse programs and steal the money, and now they're allowing violence to go forward on the streets as well. I won't put a blanket statement out like those other individuals will. What I would say is I welcome them to come and help us. Come help us make sure that the streets are safe, that laws are enforced, and that we can do the right thing to make sure that American citizens come first. Yes, sir. They have not been cut out. They don't have any jurisdiction in this investigation. Yes, go ahead. I'm going to speak to this individual right here. Yes. Mm-hmm.
How do you respond to Americans who have been listening to your comments
Mm-hmm.
that this was an act of domestic terrorism,
Mm-hmm.
that the officer was...
Anytime you take something...
It is in direct contradiction to what they are seeing and watching in the multiple angles that have been released.
What I would...
24 hours.
This vehicle was used to hit this officer. It was used as a weapon, and the officer feels as though his life was in jeopardy. It was used to perpetuate a violent act that this officer took action to protect himself and to protect his fellow law enforcement officers. So we'll let this continue to go forward and follow the same policies and procedures that every use of force situation does. But we've had almost over 100 times these vehicles have been used by law enforcement officers and to do damage and to harm them. When you take an act, use a weapon to harm someone, to incite violence against them, and try to cause them injury or death, it needs to be told exactly what it was.
Do you believe the use of force in this instance was commensurate with the actions of that vehicle and the driver?
I would say that when these individuals use their vehicles to try to ram our law enforcement and to put their lives in jeopardy, that law enforcement officer has to make a decision to protect his life and the individuals around him as well. Yes.
What did you make of Tom Bowman's comment yesterday that we should wait for an investigation before determining, as you have, that in this incident it was self-defense and that he felt that his life was in danger?
You know, I didn't see those comments, but from what I understand, he also put out a statement later as well. So I'll let Tom speak to that. But all of us are on the same page in the fact that this law enforcement officer followed his training and that he defended and acted in defense of his life and those around him. Yes.
Darla Miles, ABC 7 New York. Two quick questions. First, you said these protesters had been following the ICE agents. Do you have a little bit more of a timeline and can you share with us some of those other initial encounters prior to the fatal shooting? And then secondly, can you speak to the closure of the ICE office at Rikers by Mayor Mamdani?
There will be more details coming out as this goes forward in the coming days, and I'll talk more about that closure in the future.
Is there anything
Yep.
else? So can you say if there was how many times a day, if they had been threatened, like how many other times they...
It had been ongoing throughout the day. Yes.
Thank you, Madam
Mm-hmm.
Secretary. Whatever happened in Minneapolis, a mother of three is dead, an American citizen. Do you have a message for her family today?
Yes, absolutely. And I reiterated this yesterday when I had my press conference in Minneapolis. I asked everybody not to just pray for the officer, but also pray for the deceased family and her loved ones as well. It was a tragic situation that I hope we never see happen again. That's why I'm encouraging all elected leaders to work together so that we can be cooperative in getting dangerous criminals off of our streets.
Do you feel like that you go in with a lot of publicity about these operations? Do you feel like that needs to be revisited so that maybe you go in a little more covertly, or do you need to change the approach at all?
I would say that we have all different kinds of law enforcement operations ongoing with the department at all times. We don't telegraph what they are, the details or specifics, or where we're going to be operating. I would say that there's different tactics utilized for what's appropriate for the situation and the criminal activity we see in a city. Last question?
The details of Renee Good's harassment of ICE officers early in the day, were any of those details shared with you? Because apparently it wasn't just that one incident, it was earlier in the day as well.
Yes, it was, and that will be a part of some of the details that we will be sharing in the future. Thank you. Thank you all for being here, and I appreciate you focusing on this operation and the 54 criminals that we have gotten off the streets because of the work of this team behind me. We thank all of them for their service and recognize that, again, I'll remind you, tomorrow is Law Enforcement Day. Please take the time to thank a law enforcement officer who's out there keeping us and our family safe. Have a wonderful day.
respectful, that's all.
Thank you.
How are you doing, okay?
Good, how are you?
Busy.
Yeah.
Still working.
Yeah, oh wait, can?
I said, we don't want that flag. It's freezing. That's what we need. Yeah.
So anyways, we're not really matching.
Audio's back here.
It's okay, it rained a little bit actually. It's just, it kind of doesn't do that there.
Line or mic?
Oh, line.
Yeah.
Oh.
Alright, got you in the line.
Line?
Line level.
Did you say this is a big one?
No, but I want to.
Did you like it?
Where'd you go?
I went to AOT Georgetown, yeah. You said you don't get me an encore?
No, I mean like.
It's, I would suggest seeing it at the theater, I think would be super tough at home. It's already pretty slow and meandering. I said it's like, what if Licorice Pizza was set in 1970s Brazil?
I watched.
That was so interesting.
Oh yeah, I used to have a whole office at the museum. My office is right there by the racecourse.
I'll start saving up like June 27th.
All right, man, how are you?
Sorry.
Yeah. I think maybe for this one first. Cause I know Halloween at the upstairs, back when we first started. And then someone else came after them.
Classic.
So it was Mr. UC Theater.
Oh, what?
It was Mr. UC Theater.
No, so what did they use something and nobody knows what?
Exempt groceries from tariffs.
What was it, what?
Groceries.
What?
Really?
They did what?
Rosen did a UC effort
On exempting groceries from global tariffs.
and Crepe Object.
Oh.
Oh, okay.
I thought you were telling me
I know,
something
me
got
too,
through.
me too, that's what I thought you were saying too.
This is why I call it Mr. UC Theater, because it never actually succeeds, almost never. And every day you could write, what's today's Mr. UC Theater?
So the daylight saving time went through.
Yes, every
Oh,
once in a while.
passed, that passed.
Yeah.
And Nancy Pelosi is the reason why we don't have year-long daylight savings time. She could have ended that industry.
That is gonna crush her legacy.
I'm not working on any of Tyler's. Tyler and Laura, but I'm not, sorry.
Hey, no hurry, just let me want to come through,
I guess 2 minutes. Congressman's here.
No, we got it. He was on the feed, I'm saying, I can see that. Vlog for you guys, yes. Okay, got it. Yeah, no problem, just, that was, yeah, I think he was before, I think he was. Good, thank you, appreciate it.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody, and I want to start by saying that our good colleague, Tim Kaine, has been just a phenomenal leader on this issue and a great ally in the fight against another endless war. So I'm going to kick it off to him, and then I'll speak after Tim. Tim.
Thank you, Chuck. Well, thanks to everybody. I want to thank our leader who has been very focused on this with me. I want to thank my colleague, Adam Schiff, who's been a real leader both in the House and now Senate on this issue of war powers. And I also want to thank Senator Rand Paul, who could not be at this, but has just been rock solid on this issue for many, many years. I've been trying to do this since September to get the Senate to take seriously the issue that we shouldn't send our sons and daughters into war without consultation, debate, and vote in Congress. And I have been very puzzled, and I know Chuck has too, and Adam has as well, with a desire to avoid this. The fact that we're 4+ months into this operation that began with a boat strike on September 2, and more than 200 so-called enemies have been killed. U.S. troops have been wounded. An armada has been amassed around the Venezuelan coast. We're seizing tankers. We used 150 airplanes in this air platforms in the operation Saturday, and now we're attempting to control not only the Venezuelan economy, but its politics, the timing of its elections, aspects of the Venezuelan society, as President Trump said for years, and there hadn't been a single public hearing in the Senate, in any of the committees, just drives me crazy. I came to the Senate obsessed about these war power issues because I'm a military dad and I represent a state that has deep, deep military equities. But we all should be obsessed about it. None of us should want this president or any president taking our sons and daughters to war without notice, consultation, debate, and vote in Congress. And so this was a big win today, to have every Democrat unified for this principle, that this needs to be taken out of the skiff and put before the American public so they can see what's at stake and whether the administration has a plan or not. I applaud my Democratic colleagues, and I really applaud the number of Republicans who, with some urging by Senator Paul and our discussions, got on board. What does this mean? This was a motion to discharge my war powers resolution from the committee. The committee was going to lock it up and it was never going to see the light of day. So now it becomes the pending business of the Senate. What you will likely see next week is a vote on a motion to proceed, which we would expect simple majority, similar vote to today, and then a debate, finally, after months, about this military operation, the whole thing, including where it's going in Venezuela and possibly in other nations. That's a debate that under the procedure of the Senate could allow for amendments. But this is all about letting the public in on what's going on. It is so frustrating. If I'm at church, and I was on New Year's Eve, and somebody comes up to me and says, my kid's an Army Ranger, don't let the president send him into war. Or I have people ask me, what's the legal rationale? Or what's the targeting criteria? What are we doing? even when I know answers to these questions. Thus far, I've been unable to tell them because we only know what we know from classified hearings. It's time to get this out of the skiff, get it on the floor of the Senate, get it before the American public, and do what the Constitution demands of us. Again, I really applaud Senator Schumer for just rock solid focusing on getting this done. And we're going to have a fulsome debate on this issue of the kind that we haven't been allowed to have for a very long time. And with that, I'll hand it back to Senator Schumer.
Well, thank you, Tim. So, today, the Senate really took a critical step to reasserting its constitutional authority and towards stopping President Trump as he's lurching towards another endless, expensive war. All the while, American families here are struggling with skyrocketing costs. Next week, this fight will continue in the Senate. The more the American people hear about what's going on in Venezuela, and the more they learn about it, the less they're going to like it, the more fiercely they will oppose it. This vote moves the resolution one step closer to final passage because Democrats forced Republicans to confront reality. The president is openly signaling a long-term military and financial commitment abroad with no authorization, with no plan. Another endless war. Now, this wasn't just a procedural vote. It's a clear rejection of the idea that one person can unilaterally send American sons and daughters into harm's way without Congress, without debate. At the closed hearing, both Tim and I, my first question to the panel, including Rubio and Hegseth and all of them, is we need to have a full discussion in front of America, not just in a skiff, a classified room with only senators. The whole American people ought to hear about it, listen to it, debate it. And they won't like it. We know that. They already don't like it. And they demurred. They wouldn't do it. None of our committee chairs, despite Tim's requests, my requests, Adam's requests, would hold public hearings. And as a result, the Congress today voted on the War Powers Resolution, or actually discharging the War Powers Resolution, simply so we could have a debate on this, one of the most important issues that ever faced the American people, going to war. And we've always learned, we've learned through the years, that when we try regime change and nation building of this sort, the American families pay the price in treasure and all too often in blood. This vote shows that the American people don't want more military adventures. They don't want more nation building. The pressure is now on Senate Republicans to do the right thing and take a stand. Now, just today, as you probably saw, President Trump said in the New York Times that the U.S. involvement could last much longer than a year. A year? Longer, the reporter asked. I would say much longer, the president replied. We're going to be giving money to Venezuela, which they desperately need. So a long war fought with American dollars to give money to Venezuela and with American soldiers, in all likelihood, on the line. When the president said that, I think it sent shockwaves even through the Republican caucus. I think that's one of the reasons the number of votes have grown. And then when he doubled down, said we're going to be giving money to Venezuela, that's a stunning admission. Years of involvement, billions of dollars when families here are struggling to pay the bills, to pay their health care costs. Why isn't that money going to help the average American family have their health care premiums stay stable instead of going up $500 or $1,000 a month? Donald Trump, when he ran, promised no more endless wars, and yet he's sliding straight to another one in South America. Americans are not asking for an endless war that does not improve their ability to pay their bills. Families should not have to choose between filling their gas tank and putting food on the table, while the president casually floats billions for foreign rebuilding, without transparency, without authorization, and only or even a semblance of a plan. We don't even know what the plan is. Can't go over what happened in the SCIF, but it was appalling. It seemed like back-of-the-envelope stuff. So what we did today was not a partisan act. I'm very grateful to the Republicans who joined us. It was not a partisan act, it was a constitutional one. We forced Republicans to face what is obvious. Trump will not stop here and won't stop now. But today's vote sends a clear signal. No president, no matter how reckless, no matter how egotistical, gets a blank check to wage large-scale military action abroad. Unlike Republicans, Democrats are focused on the real issues here at home: healthcare costs, childcare, housing, power. And those priorities, we believe, must come first. And the contrast between what's happening in the House, where led by Democrats and Leader Jeffries, they will, in all likelihood, send us a bill to extend for 3 years our tax credits, and what's happening here in the House, most Republicans resisting even a debate on this, the right, the ability to go to war. The contrast is glaring. So the president said it himself, as I said, even longer. This will last for years. As Americans read the newspapers this morning and hear that it's going to last for years, what do they think of? What the hell is going on in his mind? So next week we continue the fight. We're going to force debate. We're going to force votes. And we're going to hold our Republican colleagues accountable. That's our job, for whether they stand with the Constitution and the American families or unchecked presidential power. I'll say it again. The more the American people hear about what's going on in Venezuela, the more they learn about it, the more fiercely they'll oppose it. And the more the American people hear about this, the more Senate Republicans will have to confront the reality that the last thing the American people want is another endless war. Go ahead, Adam.
Thank you, Leader Schumer, and thank you, Senator Kaine, for your extraordinary leadership on this issue. Like Senator Kaine, I've long been interested and involved in this issue in the House of Representatives, trying to reform or repeal existing authorizations to use force that had long outlived their purpose. We have seen Congress's power to declare war, to refuse to authorize military action, atrophy, and sadly we have seen an atrophy in both Democratic and Republican administrations. So today's vote was very significant. We will now have a full debate on the Senate floor over the use of U.S. military force in what began as arguably an effort to interdict drug smuggling boats. That was the ostensible purpose of the military campaign. And either that wasn't the real purpose, or we had an extraordinary degree of mission creep, because this now appears to be far more about oil than it does about drugs. But in either case, the reality is Congress has not authorized military action in Venezuela. And the idea that we are now going to run this country of so many millions without having to put boots on the ground, that we are going to somehow oversee a transition over a period of time without putting our service members further at risk, seems highly improbable, to say the least. Even if we were to only put a diplomatic presence on the ground, that presence must be protected. And we can see the number of troops growing even without that initially being the intention. Now, if the administration believes, as it evidently does, that risking service members to procure oil of another country is worth the risk, then let them put that to a vote. Let them come to Congress. Let them seek an authorization to use military force in that way. But given the administration has committed not to engage in regime change and not to engage in new wars, but rather to put America first, what is happening seems directly contradictory to what the president promised. So I'm looking forward to the full debate that we have next week. I hope it is really the beginning of the debate, as Senator Kaine was saying. It's time to move this out of the SCIF and into the public light. Let them come and make the case for the use of military force this way. We have seen all too often in our history, great hopes, great expectations about what we could do, what we could accomplish through the use of military force or economic coercion to change a regime and change the character of that regime and build a society, a democratic society. And ultimately, it is our service members who have paid such a dear cost when those hopes and expectations ran into the reality on the ground. So very grateful to Senator Kaine for his leadership on this issue. Been proud to work with him on it, and very much looking forward to a full and comprehensive debate. I think as the President's pledges that we will stay there for years continue, Republican concern will continue to grow. And all of us understand that the votes we're casting now, we will be held to answer for, depending on future events. And so, again, my thanks, Senator Kaine and Leader, for your work on this important issue.
Great. Questions? Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Leader. Senator Thone has said that this debate next week could eat into the time that you all would be proceeding with the minibus that the House is going to pass today. Are you concerned that he even mentioned that there may need to be a CR?
There's a required 10 hours to debate, but we will work with Senator Kaine so we can do both. We'd like to move the mini CR. We'll see what happens in the House. I believe it is today. I believe it is this week.
So you're confident that you all will be able to do both?
We want to try to do both. Absolutely.
Leader Schumer,
Yes.
how much do you think some of this saber rattling over the past couple of days from the President and the administration on Colombia, on Mexico, on Greenland, on Cuba contributed to the vote today?
Look, people don't want endless war. And when, even before we know what they're doing in Venezuela and what they want to do in Venezuela, they can even accomplish, and we don't even know how they're going to accomplish. They start talking about Colombia, they start talking about Mexico, they start talking about Greenland. The American people are saying, what the hell is going on here? And what's gotten into the president's head? Yes.
Senator Schumer, the president issued a veto threat. Yeah, so the president issued a veto threat on this resolution. You don't have 67. Do you see?
One day.
But do you see the appropriations bills that are coming up that are needed to keep the government open past January 30th as an opportunity to put in a spending limitation? That
Look, we don't even know what the president, what the administration, the Trump administration doesn't even have a plan. So we didn't even know what they're asking for. Yes.
Trump and several of your Republican colleagues maintained that the operation over the weekend was only for a law enforcement operation. Does this war powers resolution go far enough to prevent all unauthorized military force, or would a law enforcement operation be a loophole for the Trump administration?
Okay.
Yeah. If this had just been an arrest of Maduro to bring him back to the Southern District of New York to face charges on a valid indictment, I wouldn't have called this up for a vote. And I think there's a question under the War Powers Resolution whether an arrest operation, even if it had a military escort, was hostilities that would allow this kind of a privileged vote to get a guaranteed vote on the floor. That's not what this is. Started in September, strikes against Venezuelan boats in open waters, and then the amassing of the Armada, and then the seizure of ships, and then the coordinated attack on 150 aircraft, and not just to extract the president, also to bomb military sites around Venezuela, the deposing of the government, the seizing of oil, the setting of conditions for future elections, and the promise that we're going to be there for years with the U.S. military enforcing a blockade in and out of Venezuela so they can't get anything in or out without our permission. This is not an arrest. If it was just an arrest, we wouldn't have been having this debate. It's much bigger than that, and that's why it needs to be put before the American public.
Nor did they even claim that it's just an arrest. The president kept talking, he said it in 4 words: the United States will run Venezuela. That's not just an arrest. Yeah, Tim, go ahead.
2 points. First of all, if any other country did this, the United States, that is, blockaded our shores, sent in a military force to apprehend a fugitive, we would view that as far from a law enforcement operation. We would view that, frankly, as an act of war. What's more, the legal rationale that this military force was merely used to accompany law enforcement for the purpose of apprehending a fugitive, Nicolas Maduro. If that were the case, that would have been the end of our involvement with Venezuela. He has been apprehended. He has been brought to court. That would be the end of it. There is no law enforcement necessity in terms of the prosecution of Maduro that we blockade the country, that we seize oil resources, that we try to change the nature of the government. So if that was a legal rationale rather than a superficial pretext, it would be over. It is clearly not over.
Yes. Yes.
The House, as you know, is voting today on the veto override as well as the ACA bill. Do you see this as a, if those votes are successful, do you see this in conjunction with the War Powers vote as a broader sort of rebuke of President Trump by Republicans as well as Democrats?
Look, again, to quote the great Abe Lincoln, public sentiment is everything. Public sentiment, in terms of how Trump is behaving as president, what he's doing as president, keeps sinking and sinking and sinking. And our Republican colleagues realize that. So I think on this issue and other issues, you're going to find our Republican colleagues saying, maybe following Trump is like Thelma and Louise, right over the cliff. Yes.
Obviously, this might be for you or for Senator Kaine, but next week, part of this process is that there's an open amendment process. Do you anticipate this resolution being amended, any of those amendments passing? And what have some of your colleagues said that they would like to see for it to be?
I don't think my colleagues in Anderson thought it was going to pass, so I'm not sure that they really thought that through. The last time we did this, after the Soleimani strike,
We did pass a resolution saying, hey, look, Soleimani being gone is a good thing for the planet, but no war against Iran without a vote of Congress. And we did have about 7 or 8 amendments that we took up on the floor when the resolution was debated. We were able to deal with them all and dispatch them in the course of about 2 hours. If you're committed to a process, it doesn't have to drag out forever. We did 7 or 8 amendments, we voted on them, and then we moved that bill eventually to the president's desk. So it's early to say what might be out there, but I'm kind of inclined to agree with Senator Schumer. We know a lot that we can't describe. Once folks start to get deeper and deeper into this, I think they're not going to like it, and I would suspect that my colleagues may want to go light on the amendment process.
Thank you, everybody.
Thanks.
Good afternoon, everybody. Let me be clear. President Trump and his entire administration stand fully behind the heroic men and women of ICE and will always uphold law and order in the United States of America. The deadly incident that took place in Minnesota yesterday occurred as a result of a larger, sinister, left-wing movement that has spread across our country, where our brave men and women of federal law enforcement are under organized attack. Right now, immigration and customs enforcement officers are facing a 1,200% increase in assaults, a 3,200% increase in vehicle rammings, and an 8,000% increase in death threats. ICE agents are faithfully enforcing federal law to protect the safety of the American people by removing criminal illegal aliens from our country, which is exactly what nearly 80 million Americans elected President Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance to do. Radicals in the Democrat Party are furious over this. They don't want our border secured or criminal illegal aliens being removed. As a result, Democrats are impeding immigration enforcement operations daily, creating extremely heightened and dangerous circumstances that make it nearly impossible for the men and women of law enforcement to simply do their jobs. Democrats are calling to defund federal law enforcement agencies who are protecting public safety. And Democrats are calling to abolish ICE and defund the police. That will never be allowed to happen under this president and vice president. The Trump administration will redouble our efforts to get the worst of the worst, criminal illegal alien killers, rapists, and pedophiles off of American streets. The Department of Homeland Security will continue to operate on the ground in Minnesota, not only to remove criminal illegal aliens, but also to continue conducting door-to-door investigations of the rampant fraud that has taken place in the state under the failed and corrupt leadership of Democrat Governor Tim Walz. Taxpayers have been ripped off to the tune of billions of dollars in this one state alone, and that is going to end, and people are going to be held accountable. The Trump administration has activated thousands of federal agents, doubled the number of U.S. attorneys in the DOJ office in Minneapolis, and surged resources to hold fraudsters accountable and demand justice for law-abiding American taxpayers and citizens across our country. And that's what brings the Vice President out here with me today to discuss all the Trump administration is doing and to make an additional important announcement on this front. So please, Mr. Vice President, will be joining us now.
Carolyn?
Thank you.
Great. Well, good afternoon, everybody. And I want to echo some of what Carolyn said about what we're doing to combat the rampant fraud that exists in our immigration system, thanks to failed politicians and thanks to people who allowed the American taxpayer to be taken advantage of for far too long. I think it's important to understand why this matters to the American people. I am a father of 3 young kids, a lot of people in my generation. What is that going on there? Is that normal? Okay. CNN installed this broken camera just to throw me off my game, but it's not going to work. So here's the simple fact here. If you're a young parent struggling to afford childcare in the United States of America, there are programs that we have to make it easier for your kids to get in daycare, for your kids to get in preschool. Those programs should go to American citizens, not be defrauded by Somali immigrants and others. Make it hard for you to get the access to the resources you need. But number 2, making it easier for people who shouldn't even be in this country to fleece the United States and our taxpayers to begin with. We have actually activated a major interagency task force to make it possible to get to the heart of this fraud. We have Department of Agriculture resources that are focused on SNAP fraud so that people who need food benefits can get them, but illegal aliens and other fraudsters don't. We have over 1,500 subpoenas that the Department of Justice has issued to get to the heart of the fraud ring. We've done almost 100 indictments, mostly Somali immigrants, but also a few others. And of course, we're looking in with broad investigatory authority to a number of the instances of wrongdoing that we've seen in Minneapolis. But we also want to expand this. We know that the fraud isn't just happening in Minneapolis, it's also happening in states like Ohio. It's happening in states like California. And so what we're doing in order to help coordinate this remarkable interagency effort from the Trump administration, but also to make sure that we prosecute the bad guys and do it as swiftly and efficiently as possible, is we are creating a new Assistant Attorney General position who will have nationwide jurisdiction over the issue of fraud. Now, of course, that person's efforts will start and focus primarily in Minnesota, but it is going to be a nationwide effort because, unfortunately, the American people have been defrauded in a very nationwide way. I want to thank a couple of people for their cooperation, in particular Pam Bondi, our Attorney General, first of all, for getting a lot of resources to Minneapolis to start to investigate and prosecute this fraud, really at an industrial scale. We've never seen fraud like this in the history of our country. Pam has been doing a great job to get the resources there to uncover it, but importantly, creating a job like this often takes months, sometimes even longer. When we realized that we needed this Associate Attorney General position, Pam got this person up and running in about a week. We're going to make the nomination hopefully in the next few days. We'll obviously let you guys know who that is when we do it. I've talked to Senate Majority Leader John Thune, who has promised me swift confirmation for this official, but this is the person who is going to make sure that we stop defrauding the American people. And here's one final thing I'll say about this. I've heard a lot of people say that we need a special counsel to investigate fraud in the United States of America. I actually agree, and that's what this position does. It has all the benefits, all the resources, all the authority of a special counsel, but with two crucial differences. Number one, it will be run out of the White House under the supervision of me and the President of the United States. And number two, it's actually constitutionally legitimate. As you guys may know, the special counsel statute has some major constitutional questions. When we get the bad guys, we want to make sure we get them permanently and they don't have some legal technicality they can get out of, which is why we set it up as an Associate Attorney General. I'll take some questions, but I want to make just one final observation here. When I was actually walking out here, somebody sent me a photo of a CNN headline about what happened in Minneapolis. And this is the headline. I'm just going to read it. Outrage after ICE officer kills U.S. citizen in Minneapolis. Well, that's one way to put it, and that is the way that many people in the corporate media have put this attack over the last 24 hours. And I say attack very, very intentionally because this was an attack on federal law enforcement. This was an attack on law and order. This was an attack on the American people. The way that the media, by and large, has reported this story has been an absolute disgrace, and it puts our law enforcement officers at risk every single day. What that headline leaves out is the fact that that very ICE officer nearly had his life ended, dragged by a car 6 months ago, 33 stitches in his leg. So you think maybe he's a little bit sensitive about somebody ramming him with an automobile? What that headline leaves out is that that woman was there to interfere with a legitimate law enforcement operation in the United States of America. What that headline leaves out is that that woman is part of a broader left-wing network to attack, to dox, to assault, and to make it impossible for our ICE officers to do their job. If the media wants to tell the truth, they ought to tell the truth that a group of left-wing radicals have been working tirelessly, sometimes using domestic terror techniques to try to make it impossible for the President of the United States to do what the American people elected him to do, which is enforce our immigration laws. The President stands with ICE, I stand with ICE, we stand with all of our law enforcement officers. And part of that is recognizing that you people in the media, not everybody in this room, but many people in this room have been lying about this attack. She was trying to ram this guy with her car. He shot back. He defended himself. He's already been seriously wounded in law enforcement operations before, and everybody who's been repeating the lie that this is some innocent woman who was out for a drive in Minneapolis when a law enforcement officer shot at her, you should be ashamed of yourselves. Every single one of you. Questions?
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I wanted to read a quote from Tim Walz earlier today. He said, "When things looked bleak, it was Minnesota's first that held the line for the nation on July 3rd, 1863, and I think we may be in that moment now." Can you comment on his rhetoric and Mayor Jacob Frey and whether they want to see unrest in Minneapolis?
Well, that's very tough rhetoric from a guy who just quit because his fraudulent activities have been uncovered. Look, Tim Walz is a joke. his entire administration has been a joke. The idea that he's some sort of freedom fighter, he's not. He's a guy who has enabled fraud and maybe, in fact, has participated in fraud. That's what this new Assistant Attorney General position is going to find out. I don't care what Tim Walz says. I care about getting to the bottom of this fraud for the American people, and I care about enforcing the nation's immigration laws. That's what we're going to stay focused on.
On a related question here, I mean, Democrats have accused ICE of murder. They've said they're targeting Americans. They've told ICE to get the F out of Minnesota. This is going to stoke the fire against ICE agents, and you're talking about ICE agents right now and being concerned about them. What, if anything, is the administration going to do to make sure these folks are protected during these protests? But also, should DHS sort of revisit their procedures here? I mean, nobody wants to see an American killed. Are there changes that need to be made to make sure something like this doesn't happen again?
Look, first of all, of course, nobody wants an American citizen to be killed. This is absolutely a tragedy, but it's a tragedy of the making of the far left. They have radicalized a very small segment of the population, taught them that ICE agents are engaging in wide-scale violation of people's rights. What our ICE officers are doing is deporting the millions of criminal aliens that were let in during the Biden administration. So number one, we have to say, as a matter of leadership, and I would appreciate if the Democrats would join me on this, let's be honest about the fact that we have way too many illegal aliens in this country. Our ICE officers should be supported in doing their job. You're trying to actually marshal the far left lunatic fringe to engage in doxing, to try to make it impossible for them to enforce the law, and in some cases actually to engage in acts of domestic terrorism against our law enforcement officers. When you talk about different plans, different protocols, different policies, I forget exactly how you asked the question. Here's the simple fact. What we're going to do is make it easier for the American people's administration to enforce the American people's law. And that means that Democrats have to stop rallying the mob against legitimate law enforcement operations, and that means that we are going to get tougher, and that's what this AAG position is about. We're going to get tougher at the people who are defrauding the United States by inciting violence against our law enforcement officers. That's one of the things that we're going to do. We've already started that work at the Department of Justice, but we're going to keep on doing it, and this new AAG position is going to kick that into high gear.
Vice President Vance, you just suggested that this woman who was killed, Renee Good, is part of a broader left-wing network. Who do you think is behind this broader left-wing network?
Well, it's one of the things we're going to have to figure out, but here's the way that I put it. When somebody throws a brick at an ICE agent, or somebody tries to run over an ICE agent, who paid for the brick? And who told protesters to show up and engage in violent activity against our law enforcement officers? You see, just with this most recent terrible incident in Minneapolis, you see friends of this woman's or other people who are eyewitnesses saying basically that she was there to engage in obstruction of a legitimate law enforcement operation. How did she get there? How did she learn about this? There's an entire network, and frankly, some of the media are participating in it, that is trying to incite violence against our law enforcement officers. It's ridiculous, it's preposterous, and part of our investigatory work is getting to the bottom of it. Who's funding it? Who's supporting it? Who's cheerleading it? And of course, if there's illegal activity related to that, we're going to get to the bottom of that and prosecute it where we can.
Mr. Vice President, thank you for taking questions today. Is there a risk with you describing her as a deranged leftist, talking about very specific facts of these events, when an investigation is just beginning? Are you preempting a thorough investigation by drawing such conclusions? And have you received any information beyond the videos we've seen publicly about this individual, her specific acts, that has informed your point of view?
Well, first of all, the Department of Justice is going to investigate this. The Department of Homeland Security is already investigating this. But the simple fact is, what you see is what you get in this case. You have a woman who is trying to obstruct a legitimate law enforcement operation. Nobody debates that. You have a woman who aimed her car at a law enforcement officer and pressed on the accelerator. Nobody debates that. I can believe that her death is a tragedy, while also recognizing that it's a tragedy of her own making and a tragedy of the far left, who has marshaled an entire movement, a lunatic fringe, against our law enforcement officers. I think what is clearly happening here, and it's going to keep on happening unless the Democrats wake up and say, you know what, you don't have to agree with our immigration policies. You don't have to agree with what the president or the vice president believe about immigration enforcement, but why don't you take this to the ballot box? Why don't you vote? Why don't you organize? Instead, what some of them are doing, What some of them are doing is encouraging people to get violent with our law enforcement officials. It's disgraceful, and it's got to stop.
Mr. President,
Yeah.
just to follow up on that question, and again, thank you for taking questions, Mr. Vice President. There's clearly a lot of emotion in Minnesota, across the country, over this incident. You're calling Renee Good a deranged leftist. There's been heated rhetoric that we've also heard from officials. What responsibility do you and the president have to diffuse some of the tension that we are seeing play out in Minnesota, bring down the temperature as this investigation is unfolding?
What we have a responsibility to do is to protect the people who are enforcing the law and protect the country writ large. Whether you're Democrat or Republican, you deserve to have the people's laws enforced in the United States of America. Now, again, I'm not happy that this woman lost her life. I'm not happy that this woman was there at a protest violating the law by interfering with a law enforcement action. I think that we can all recognize that the best way to turn down the temperature is to tell people to take their concerns about immigration policy to the ballot box. Stop assaulting and stop inciting violence against our law enforcement officers. That's the best way to take down the temperature. And we're not going to give in to terrorism on this. And that's exactly what's happening. People trying to antagonize, to commit acts of violence. They throw bricks at them. Sometimes they shoot at them. Sometimes they dox them. Sometimes they go to their place of residence and harass their families. This is classic terrorism. And we cannot say that when a far left fringe is inciting violence against our brave law enforcement officials, that we're no longer going to enforce the law. That's rewarding the very people who are engaged in this garbage. The actual reward that they just got is a new assistant attorney general who is going to prosecute and investigate this stuff even more aggressively than before. Yeah.
Thanks for taking my question. So the head of Minnesota's investigations agency says that the U.S. Attorney's Office has essentially cut off the state investigations agency's access to the investigation. What is the precedent for that, and why shouldn't the Minnesota officials on the ground have access and evidence to work on this investigation?
First of all, I wish the state officials in Minnesota would investigate why you have so many people who are using their vehicles and other means to actually interfere with a legitimate law enforcement operation. The precedent here is very simple. You have a federal law enforcement official engaging in federal law enforcement action. That's a federal issue. That guy is protected by absolute immunity. He was doing his job. The idea that Tim Walz and a bunch of radicals in Minneapolis are going to go after and make this guy's life miserable because he was doing the job that he was asked to do is preposterous. The unprecedented thing is the idea that a local official can actually prosecute a federal official with absolute immunity. I've never seen anything like that. It would get tossed out by a judge. So what I'd like Minnesota to focus on is the real issue that they're encouraging people. Minneapolis officials are encouraging people to commit violence against ICE officials. It's ridiculous. It's got to stop. Go ahead.
Mr. President, thank you. You said earlier that there's a left-wing network to attack, to dox, to assault, and make it impossible for ICE officers to do their job. You told my colleague just now that there's an investigation going on into that network.
Yep.
So if everything that you say is true, how does being part of that network justify being shot?
Well, being part of the network doesn't justify being shot, but ramming an ICE officer with your car, that's what justifies being shot. It's not a good thing, by the way, but when you force somebody to engage in self-defense, it's almost a preposterous question. I'm not saying that funding some of this stuff justifies capital punishment. Nobody would suggest that. The reason this woman is dead is because she tried to ram somebody with her car and that guy acted in self-defense. That is why she lost her life, and that is the tragedy. Now, there may be other violations of the law and other penalties that are associated with those violations of the law. For example, if you are funding violence against our law enforcement officers, I'm not a prosecutor. My guess is that's not the sort of thing that earns capital punishment, but it should sure as hell earn you a few years in prison if you're funding the effort to try to assault our law enforcement officers. I'm sorry, guys, what's going on here? You guys are meant to report the truth. How have you let yourself become agents of propaganda of a radical fringe that's making it harder for us to enforce our laws? You just asked me a question that presumed that the reason why this woman died is because she was engaged in legitimate protest. She tried to run somebody over with her car, and the guy defended himself when that happened. Next question.
The investigation is still ongoing.
I said next question.
Mr. Vice President, I mean, you presumably watched the video yourself. There's not the slightest doubt in your mind, having viewed it, that the victim, you still believe that she deliberately tried to ram him despite seeing this video?
Look, I don't know what is in a person's heart or in a person's head, and obviously we're not going to get the chance to ask this woman what was going on. What I am certain of is that she violated the law. What I'm certain of is that that officer had every reason to think that he was under very serious threat for injury or in fact, his life. What I'm certain of is that she accelerated in a way where she ran into the guy. I don't know what was in her heart and what was in her head, but I know that she violated the law, and I know that officer was acting in self-defense. It raises an interesting point, though. Look, if people want to say that we should have a legitimate debate about, what was she really doing, right? Was she panicking when she drove into this officer, or was she actually trying to ram him? That's a reasonable conversation. What's not reasonable is for so many of you to plaster all over the media that this was an innocent woman and that the ICE agent committed murder, which is what many of you have said explicitly and some of you have said implicitly. That's what I have an objection to. The idea that this was not justified is absurd, and I think everybody knows it in their heart. Yeah.
Mr. Vice President,
in the green jacket.
Taking down the temperature, it seems like political violence is ratcheting up and riots could be around the corner. What steps does the administration have planned to try to unite America? Average people on both political sides are so tired of fighting with each other, and I think all the journalists in this room could agree with me that we don't want to be part of the problem. Do you have any words to unite America?
I know you don't want to be a part of the problem, and I think that's true of a lot of you. I'm not sure it's true for everybody, because the reporting over this has been one of the biggest scandals I've ever seen in media. I've never seen a case so misrepresented and misreported when you have a guy who was defending himself and is now being treated as some sort of federal assassin by so many of the people in this room. First of all, let me say about crime. You mentioned violence. One of the things we're proudest about is that you saw violent crime over the last year drop by 20%. Why is that drop by 20%? Is it because we're attacking our law enforcement officers, or is it because we in the administration are empowering our law enforcement officers to enforce the law? I think that's one of the ways you take down the temperature, is you make people feel more secure and safe in their person and property. That's why we care so much about protecting our law enforcement, because it accrues to the benefit of the entire national community. I think that we can absolutely talk about the ways in which, we can lower the temperature by discussing differences in a reasonable and rational way. Again, I'm happy to talk with any congressional Democrat or any of you about our immigration policy, about why I think it's necessary, about why I think it's in the best interest of the country, about why the President of the United States was elected to actually enforce the border for the first time in at least 4 years. So here's the problem. That's not the debate so many people are having. They are actively covering for people who are committing acts of violence against federal law enforcement. It is preposterous. The way to take down the temperature is to stop it. Have your debates about policy. Attack me. Attack the President of the United States. Don't attack our law enforcement officers. They are trying to do the job the American people demanded that they do. They are not policy actors. They are enforcing the law. They should be treated with a modicum of dignity and respect. And the fact that they're not is why incidents like yesterday happened. The one final point I'll make about this is, look, there's a part of me that feels very, very sad for this woman, not just because she lost her life, but because I think she is a victim of left-wing ideology. What young mother shows up and decides they're going to throw their car in front of ICE officers who are enforcing legitimate law? You've got to be a little brainwashed to get to that point to where you're willing, not just to protest, that's fine, not peacefully protest, but throw your vehicle in front of legitimate law enforcement officers and drive your car into them. To get to that point, you have to be, I think, radicalized in a very, very sad way. I certainly wish that she hadn't got there. I know there's an ICE officer right now who very much wishes he was not put in the position where he had to fire a gun to defend his own life. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. What's your message, following up on that, what's your message to the leaders in Minnesota, the governor of Minnesota, the mayor of Minneapolis, to calm down the situation on the ground, on the streets? What's your message also to those protesters who saw that video in a completely different way than you saw that video?
Well, first of all, I think if you watch every angle of that video, there is one angle where if you squint, you can maybe tell yourself that it's not clear what happened. But when you look at all angles of that video, it is very clear that her vehicle went right for the guy. She actually collided with him, and then that's, of course, when he fired his shots. That's obvious, okay? So what I'd say to the protesters is, by all means, protest peacefully, but make this about ideas. Make this about disagreement with our policy. Don't use your protest as a justification or an encouragement for people to go and incite violence and participate in violence against our law enforcement officials. To the people on the ground in Minneapolis, meaning the local officials in Minneapolis from Tim Walz on down, I'd say, look, why can't you just disagree with a given piece of immigration policy without turning law enforcement into the enemy? And think about, for example, a criminal law, where a police officer goes and arrests somebody because they violated a criminal law. If you're mad about that, go and protest the politician who passed that law. Don't attack the police officer who's just doing their job. We had a wide open border under Joe Biden. I happen to think it's a good thing the President of the United States has closed it down. If you think that's a bad idea, criticize this administration for a policy decision. Don't attack our people for enforcing the law, because I guarantee you go to ICE, there are black people and white people, there are Democrats and Republicans, they are patriotic Americans who are trying to enforce the law. Attack me, lay off of our ICE agents. Yeah, in the blue, all the way, yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice President. You've called on Tim Walz to resign. Can you lay out the case as to why he should step down?
Well, look, I think Tim Walz should resign because it's very clear either that he knew about the fraud in Minneapolis, he knew about the welfare fraud, or at the very least he looked the other way. I mean, this is not this is not like Lex Luthor, right? This is not movie villain fraud. This is the lowest IQ possible fraud. This is, we're going to take we're going to take the absence of kids and set up a daycare center where there are no children, and we're going to call our early childhood education center the Quality Learning Center. By the way, if you can't spell learning, maybe you shouldn't be in early childhood education. But people got rich off of this. We know that there were schools who either had no enrollment or at least they overstated their enrollment. Tim Walz, either it was unbelievable incompetence or he was in on the fraud. That's one of the things we're going to get to the bottom of. Sir.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Can you explain the difference between this Associate Attorney General and a special counsel? And do you envision this being a permanent position or having more of a limited scope?
Well, it's going to be permanent until we get to the bottom of what's going on, so I think it's going to last for at least the remainder of the administration. What's different about it from a special counsel is, if you remember, the Jack Smith case where the special counsel was found unconstitutional, one of the big issues there is that that person was not an appointed person, completely aside from all the other issues that the person was a lunatic and that the case had no merit. There was a fundamental constitutional issue, which is that he had not been appointed by the president and he had not been confirmed by the United States Senate. An assistant attorney general, what that's going to allow us to do is appoint this person, have them confirmed by the Senate. That's one difference. The more substantive difference is that this person is going to be part of a very broad interagency White House that's being led from the President of the United States on down. And that's going to give him the resources, the access to material and information to make this person more effective. I think a lot of people have asked, how are you really going to get to the heart of the fraud? We've been asking ourselves that question for the past couple of months, and we think this is the critical piece at the Department of Justice to really ramp this fraud investigation into high gear. In the red tie, yeah.
Vice President Vance, I wanted to ask, what's your message to far leftist agitators who feel emboldened to obstruct ICE activity in Minnesota and around the country?
Well, I think they shouldn't feel emboldened because now they have an assistant attorney general who is going to prosecute and investigate their fraud and their violence more aggressively than it has ever been investigated in the United States of America. We are doing so much to try to find the financing networks and the domestic terrorism networks that legitimate this violence, that fund this violence, and that, of course, engage in the violence. These people should not feel emboldened because they have, for the first time, maybe in American history, an administration that is not going to tolerate political violence of any kind from anywhere. Yeah.
We not clear today that the entire weight of the federal government is behind these ICE agents and this ICE agent in particular. There is still a federal investigation happening on the ground. Does that mean that they are not looking into this ICE agent at all? They are just focused on the woman who was in the car? What is the investigation if the federal government has already determined that its weight is behind this ICE investigation?
So what do you mean, when you say investigation, do you mean investigation of the shooting yesterday or of the fraud that's happening in Minneapolis?
Yesterday.
Okay, look, DHS, as I understand it, has an investigation already ongoing. I know that other organs of our government are looking at this. So yes, there's certainly an investigation that's happening right now. But as part of the broader fraud investigation, a lot of what we're doing with the Department of Justice has already started. We've got over 1,500 subpoenas. We've got people this morning, actually. We're going door to door to actually knock on some of these fraudulent care centers, these fraudulent social services organizations to get to the bottom of what's going on there. So the investigation in some ways has already been ramping up into the anti-fraud element for at least a few weeks. What we're trying to do is supercharge it and make sure there's a designated person within the Department of Justice who completely controls that particular focus.
Just to follow up on that, Mr. Vice President, on the agent, is he still on duty or has he been placed on leave, on administrative leave? And what really was the target of the operation on Wednesday? Of the ICE operation on Wednesday?
Well, first of all, it was a legitimate law enforcement operation. We were going door to door to try to find criminal illegal aliens and deport them from the United States of America, because if you come to our country illegally in violation of our immigration laws, then we have the mandate, and in fact we have the legal duty to enforce those immigration laws. Whether he's been placed on administrative leave, I don't know the answer to that question. I'd refer it to the Department of Homeland Security and they can follow up. I will say, look, I would appreciate everybody saying a prayer for that agent. Look, in the past 6 months, he has been hit twice by a motor vehicle. One time, the first time, it led to over 30 stitches and very serious injuries to his legs. This is a guy who's actually done a very, very important job for the United States of America. He's been assaulted, he's been attacked, he's been injured because of it. He deserves a debt of gratitude, and I think the media prejudging and talking about this guy as if he's a murderer is one of the most disgraceful things I've ever seen from the American media. Yeah.
Vice President, what is your specific role in the future of Venezuela? And I'm wondering, could you confirm reports that the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, was kept out of the planning for the operations because of her past concerns about military involvement in Venezuela?
So I've heard a couple of things. One, that I was kept out of the planning for the Venezuela operation, that's false. And another, that Tulsi was kept out of the planning for Venezuela operations, that's completely false. Look, we're all part of the same team. And one of the things that is really amazing about that operation is that we kept it very tight to the senior cabinet level officials and related officials in our government. And we kept this operation secret for a very long time. I'm very proud of that. I think it suggests that the team works very well together. Well, looking ahead, what is my role? Look, my role is going to be whatever the president asks me to do.
Has he asked you to do something yet?
Well, every other day, I'm chairing the meeting that we do on this among White House principals to talk about next steps to try to ensure that Venezuela is stable, and as the president has directed us to do, to ensure that the new Venezuelan government actually listens to the United States and does what the United States needs it to do under our country's best interest. So I'm going to be as involved as the president wants me to be. So far, that's been very involved, and I'll keep on doing that so long as the president asks me to do it. In the purple.
Yes. Even
Mr.
beyond the war powers
Sorry,
resolution.
we'll go purple and then we'll go pink or whatever that is in front.
Royal purple. And then beige. All right.
Okay.
Are there any indications, you talked about the network, are there any indications that the lady who was shot, I know there are different reports from there, her wife said they were new to the area. Are there any indications she may have been a paid agitator, and maybe that there are others that were brought to the area, considering everything that's going on in Minneapolis?
I wouldn't say that she was paid. I don't have the evidence to say that one way or the other. What I do know is that she was violating the law, and if you just look at the eyewitness accounts, they were saying she was there to prevent the enforcement of the law. She was trying to obstruct a legitimate law enforcement operation. That much is obviously clear. The rest of it, of course, is part of the reason why we investigate this stuff. Yeah.
Mr. Vice President, even beyond the war powers resolution today, Congress has bucked President Trump on issues like tariffs. Are you concerned that President Trump is losing his grip on Republicans in the Congress, and what are you going to do about it?
No, I'm not concerned at all. First of all, we talked to some of the senators who were going to vote the wrong way, in my view, on this resolution today. Much of their argument was based more on a legal technicality than any disagreement in policy. If you look at the people who actually voted, every single one of them have supported the administration's plan. Second of all, as the president, I believe himself has already said, every president, Democrat or Republican, believes the War Powers Act is fundamentally a fake and unconstitutional law. It's not going to change anything about how we conduct foreign policy over the next couple of weeks, the next couple of months, and that'll continue to be how we approach things. Go ahead.
President. So we are seeing, regarding Iran, we are seeing the protests in Iran these days. The cities are begging for help from the U.S. and Israel, naming streets in the city after President Trump. It seems there is an opportunity here that may not come again. Will the United States stand by the citizens of Iran? And if Israel decides to strike again the nuclear sites in Iran, is the U.S. expected to take part?
Well, look, we certainly stand by anybody who's engaged in peaceful protest, anybody who's trying to exert their rights for free association and to have their voices heard. Obviously, the Iranian regime has a lot of problems. And as the President of the United States has said, the smartest thing for them to have done, it was true 2 months ago, it's true today, is for them to actually have a real negotiation with the United States about what we need to see when it comes to their nuclear program. I'll let the President speak to what we're going to do in the future, but we certainly stand with anybody across the world, including the Iranian people who are advocating for their rights. I'll take just a couple more questions. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President. Concerning Venezuela, how would you assure the Caribbean region that they will remain a zone of peace? Because some member states in the region are concerned.
Well, look, the president had a very productive phone call with the president of Colombia yesterday, and we continue to talk at all levels of government with a number of our friends in the Caribbean region. I actually think this is really good for peace in the Caribbean, because when you take away a major source of illegal cartel revenue, which is the cocaine trade, the fentanyl trade, other sources of illicit revenue, you actually remove the power of one of the main destabilizing forces in Latin America and in the Caribbean. I really do think, look, we say it all the time, this is the president of peace. One of the ways that you establish peace in your own hemisphere is to make it clear that the United States is going to be respected, that the United States is willing to take power away from criminal cartel organizations and give it to legitimate governments. That's how we see the future of the Western Hemisphere, and we think it's going to be much more peaceful than it was certainly under Joe Biden. I'll take one more question. Go ahead.
Mr. Vice President, thank you. On Greenland, do you have a message for European leaders? Many in Europe reject the idea that the island could be for sale.
Well, first of all, Secretary Rubio, I believe, is meeting with the leaders of Denmark and Greenland next week, I want to say it is, but maybe it's the week after that. We'll continue to deliver some of these messages in private, some of them in public, but I guess my advice to European leaders and anybody else would be to take the President of the United States seriously. What has he said about Greenland? Set to the side the crazy overreactions that I've seen from the press and from certain people in Europe. What has the President said? Number one, Greenland is really important, not just to America's missile defense, but to the world's missile defense. Number two, we know that there are hostile adversaries that have shown a lot of interest in that particular territory, that particular slice of the world. So what we're asking our European friends to do is to take the security of that landmass more seriously, because if they're not, the United States is going to have to do something about it. What that is, I'll leave that to the President as we continue to engage in diplomacy with our European friends and everybody on this particular topic. And again, thank you all for listening. Thanks for taking questions. And I just ask you, look, this is politics, and often Republicans and get in arguments with the press about things, and I understand that. I think it's really irresponsible for you guys to go out there and imply or tell the American people that a guy who defended himself from being rammed by an automobile is guilty of murder. Be a little bit more careful. We're going to talk about toning down the temperature, which I know the President wants to do, and I certainly want to do. One of the ways we tone down the temperature is to have a media that tells the truth. I encourage you all to do that. God bless you. Happy New Year, guys.
I'm thinking, it's a little dark already.
At this point, so that'll be, if you need to swap out batteries, we get some fresh ones on there.
Sweet.
Easy opportunity.
Yep, I can hear you. Okay, sounds good. Well, thank you. I appreciate you.
Hey Carlos, it's Joel calling. How you doing? Good. You have our signal. Everything look okay?
Go like on the corner. We can show that, and then kind of pan over to this.
We all good?
Oh, thank you. I appreciate you.
Is he good?
Green light? What's that, Carlos? Okay. Sure.
I just want to make sure our signal's good.
Yeah. He said we looked great. I mean.
All right. What were you saying then?
I was gonna say, do you want to be on this like corner? We can show this and then kind of pan over.
You're
and
gonna
show...
mention the barricade here?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah,
Figure we can like.
This is a nice thing. We're mobile. I can walk with you.
Yeah, and like no cars are coming through here, so we can show how they've essentially
Right.
barricaded everything. Yeah.
Yeah, and then you want to move to here a little bit then? Or?
Yeah.
Okay. What are you going to reference over here?
I'm just going to show like you can see where the community has come through and blocked
Tuck
off.
that. Okay, I don't know what that is, but let's tie that in at some
Created their own barricades to block off the street where Renee Good was killed. You can see they're using garbage cans over here, putting pieces of wood, actually grilling food, using Christmas trees to show that they aren't allowing anyone to drive through here. And down the road just a bit is where Renee's car, the video showed her crashing after the shooting.
Okay. Works for me.
Okay, cool.
Hey, Latoya.
How'd they get a car in here?
I think that's one of their cars.
No, I don't love the audio situation.
Yeah.
Latoya and Carlos, you've got our shot. Everything looks great. No issues. Okay, all good.
All good.
Okay, sounds
yay,
good.
Yay, yay. How far out are we, Joel?
We're a couple minutes.
Grief.
It was so sad.
Grief.
It was so sad. It was so sad. It's like you have to do something. You can't just sit back on the sidelines.
And outrage after an ICE agent fatally shot a 37-year-old woman in her vehicle in Minneapolis on Wednesday.
There is every reason to believe that Renee Nicole Good
lost her life trying to help the most vulnerable neighbors in her community.
Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem defended the agent and claimed the woman tried to run him over, while state and local officials disputed claims that the shooting was done in self-defense.
They demanded and commanded her to get out of her vehicle several times. She did not. This is an experienced officer who followed his training, and we will continue to let the investigation unfold.
But Minnesota Governor Tim Walz referred to the event as a brazen use of force and slammed what the state claims is the federal government's decision to exclude a Minnesota agency from its investigation.
We have learned that the Trump administration has now denied the state that ability to participate in the investigation. Minnesota must be part of this investigation.
Walz called on federal authorities to work with state and local officials to de-escalate the tension in the community and for protesters to remain peaceful, while vowing to get justice for the mother of 3 who lost her life.
Minnesotans will tell her life story. Minnesotans will be there to defend her honor and see this as a human being.
Sounds good. Okay. Perfect. Good to go? Okay. 3, 2, 1. Well, you can see how this community has come together now more than 24 hours later, creating their own makeshift barricades, sending a clear message here to ICE saying get out of their community, using old Christmas trees, pieces of wood to block the street where Renee Good was killed. You can see this community making meals for one another, showing their love to one another amidst their heartbreak.
Grief.
It was so sad. It was so sad. It's like you have to do something. You can't just sit back on the sidelines.
And outrage after an ICE agent fatally shot a 37-year-old woman in her vehicle in Minneapolis on Wednesday.
There is every reason to believe that Renee Nicole Good lost her life trying to help the most vulnerable neighbors in her community.
Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem defended the agent and claimed the woman tried to run him over, while state and local officials disputed claims that the shooting was done in self-defense.
They demanded and commanded her to get out of her vehicle several times. She did not. This is an experienced officer who followed his training, and we will continue to let the investigation unfold.
But Minnesota Governor Tim Walz referred to the event as a brazen use of force and slammed what the state claims is the federal government's decision to exclude a Minnesota agency from its investigation.
We have learned that the Trump administration has now denied the state that ability to participate in the investigation. Minnesota must be part of this investigation.
Walz called on federal authorities to work with state and local officials to de-escalate the tension in the community and for protesters to remain peaceful, while vowing to get justice for the mother of 3 who lost her life.
Minnesotans will tell her life story. Minnesotans will be there to defend her honor and see this as a human being.
And you can see for yourself how this community feels about this shooting. All the while, the Trump administration is maintaining that their officers, that ICE agents, were justified in this shooting. In Minneapolis, I'm Lee Waldman. Cool. Then we have one tag, and then, yeah.
A tag. Why are you wearing a wire?
WECT News. WECT. Huh?
Static or?
Yeah, it'll just be the tag part. Okay. Yeah, we have to wait for their window to open, and then once.
Clear if we're doing a window or. Yeah, this is the until we hit the top of the hour. This is pre-tape. But still with it. Yeah, the window has to open and then they'll give her the clear.
Oh, whenever ready? Okay.
Oh,
cool.
actually, we're going now.
Okay. 3, 2, 1. You can see for yourself how this community feels about this shooting. All the while, the Trump administration is maintaining that the shooting itself was justified, that the actions of that ICE officer were justified. In Minneapolis, Lee Waldman, WECT News. Okay, sounds good. Thank you. Hi.
Who are you reporting for?
We're with CNN News Source.
CNN?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I
I'm
think
Lee.
I've seen you on.
Nice to meet you, sir.
So what do you think about this? I'm just doing a TikTok. What do you think about this compared to like George
Yeah, what's up,
Floyd?
Latoya?
Well, I mean, I think there's really stark differences here. I think seeing this, what the community is doing, and saying not in our community is really heartwarming. It's heartbreaking to see how people are showing up.
I believe in you, partner, from the moment I stepped into the city.
Boston Blue is all new CBS Friday, February 27th and streaming on Paramount+.
Rosendorf Evans Winter Sale is coming to Harborside Hotel in Oxon Hill this Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Save on gorgeous Ming, sable, chinchilla, and lynx in all sizes, styles, and colors. This Friday, Saturday, and Sunday at Harborside Hotel in Oxon Hill.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.
Is your house less than perfect? I'm Dan from Market Pro Home Buyers, and we want to buy your home. Don't make repairs, don't pay commissions. For a no obligation offer, call 301-799-7355 or visit marketprohomebuyers.com.
Rosendorf Evans Winter Sale is coming to Harborside Hotel in Oxon Hill this Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Save on gorgeous Ming, sable, chinchilla, and lynx in all sizes, styles, and colors. This Friday, Saturday, and Sunday at Harborside Hotel in Oxon Hill.
Grease is definitely the word with this wedding.
It's a wedding dance straight out of Greece. Bride Natalie Cherno and groom Jesse Rodriguez are wowing wedding guests with their spot-on recreation of You're the One That I Want from the classic film. Starting with John Travolta's Surprised that one guy got all up in that reporter's face.
Who did?
The guy standing over here in the orange with the face covering.
Oh.
He got all up in this reporter's face over his IFB.
Oh.
Like a little soot. You ever get it?
Yeah.
It's either soot, or
Thank you.
mascara that fell off.
Yeah, I was wondering what was happening.
Yeah, it was really kind of silly considering the number of media that are here.
Yeah.
Thank you. We've teamed up for
Yeah, I hope no one, when you mentioned that Trump stuff at the end there, I hope no one kind of takes issue with that.
I mean, if they do, they do. Like, we have to report what's happening.
Allison, big enough for two. This is perfect for sleepovers and as a crash pad for guests. The company says that the built-in pump inflates the mattress in just 3 minutes and then auto-deflates when you're done.
Always handy to have around. What's the deal?
Well, we've seen this sell for as much as $120 to $130 depending on the size, but our price is just $49.99 to $59.99. That's up to 62% off.
Next, tell me about the RCA 1080p dash cam with built-in Wi-Fi and mobile app.
This dash cam records HD video. It connects to your phone via built-in Wi-Fi and the mobile app, which the company says makes it easy to view and share those clips.
Could be useful in accidents.
Yeah.
What's the deal?
Well, we've seen this sell for as much as $90, but our price is just $29.99. That's 67% off.
And finally, tell me about the Sharper Image Calming Heat Shoulder Wrap.
It combines heat, relaxing massage vibrations, and weighted pressure to help
So
soothe
it's,
the
how far is that from?
Uh,
go down
settings and
Huh?
You probably don't go
Sounds relaxing.
to Hudson Yards. you
Oh,
probably-
every day.
Oh, you do go there?
Yeah,
Oh,
every
okay.
day.
So you have a desk and everything?
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Every day. I'm in there Monday
Yeah.
through Friday.
Yeah, right? No? I go to my bureau every day.
Do you really?
Yeah, because I just like get more done.
Now, Eva, back to you.
Thanks, Allison. When we come back, a new twist to the popular Whitney Houston challenge.
At Express Home Buyers, we prioritize integrity, respect, and transparency over everything else. For over 2 decades, we've dedicated ourselves to providing a straightforward and fair selling experience. If you're looking for a hassle-free way to sell your home, trust the process that respects your time and peace of mind. Call us today at 1-800-SELL-TO-US.
Express Home Buyers, we buy your house in 7 days.
Toyota is about getting more. And with the most eye-catching selection of SUVs, your Toyota dealer is the four-wheel and all-wheel drive headquarters this winter. So check out a Grand Highlander with all the space and style you want and the efficiency and handling you need. Buy a Grand Highlander today with 4.99% financing, a RAV4 with 4.75% financing, or get an affordable lease on an all-wheel drive Corolla Cross. Toyota, let's go places.
Your bathroom should be a place of comfort and peace, your happy place. At PJ Fitzpatrick, we know that transforming your bath can transform your life.
If your old tub is in need of a refresh or remodeling to make it safer, call PJ Fitzpatrick for a free in-home consultation. You can have a luxurious new walk-in shower in just one day, all backed by our famous lifetime warranty. This month, save half on installation and take advantage of our 12-month no-interest and no-payment financing.
Framed up, a couple minutes beforehand.
Okay, I'll get it.
Don't put what on the sidewalk?
Hey, Latha, saw your email with CNN.
Oh.
International period.
Oh, yeah.
To let them know.
There's a F word
Did they
here.
see that?
He said don't hold the camera on it.
We don't have to be on the sidewalk because there's no cars.
Yeah.
Move over.
Yeah.
We can do it right there.
Yeah.
I didn't even notice that.
We didn't even notice it, yeah.
There's so much to look at. I can't see it all.
Yeah.
It took me like 6 hours to notice that gigantic Tyrannosaurus Rex.
The giant T-Rex and the giant great white shark.
Is there a shark too?
There's a shark.
I didn't see that.
Yeah, there's right next to the. Do you see down there?
There you go. We're so
There's
focused.
a giant great white shark.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
We have this map.
Yes.
Oh, you are?
Hi.
That's awesome.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. What's up, man?
Hey.
This is tragic. It is. It's really sad.
Yeah.
What media are you with?
We're with CNN.
Say again?
CNN.
CNN.
Yes, sir.
Heard of it?
Yes, sir. Nice to meet you. I'm Lee.
I'm Dean.
Nice to meet
I'm
you,
the
Dean.
Dean of this party.
Oh, I love that.
Well, thanks for being here.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm so sorry that we're here because of this. Yeah. Are you from this neighborhood or?
Well, I lived most of my life in this area.
Okay.
But I live in Robbinsdale now, if you know where that is.
No, I don't. How far is that from here?
Oh, 11 miles.
11 miles? Okay. Not too far.
It's an old town perched on the northwest corner of Minneapolis.
Okay.
Bird town.
And what made you want to come be here?
My whole life history.
3 minutes? Yeah.
I just couldn't stay away.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, if we don't come out and show some support, they'll just keep doing it more. Of course, they'll keep doing it more anyway.
Right. Yeah.
But they have to be held accountable.
Absolutely.
So,
Yeah. No, this is just sad.
CNN. So where do you live?
Manhattan.
I've heard of it.
You've heard of it? It's a little more than 11 miles, but you know.
Not to be confused with Kansas.
Exactly.
So what
But I hear
part of
Manhattan. I
do you
hear
live in?
Manhattan, Kansas is also nice.
Say again?
I hear Manhattan, Kansas is also nice.
All right. Yeah, that's an interesting place.
Yeah. And guys, I'm hearing a show. Am I supposed to be? 2 minutes? Am I supposed to be hearing a show in the background? Okay. I don't hear anymore.
Breaking news at 4, turmoil in Minneapolis. Law enforcement and
Well, now I do.
clash again after yesterday's deadly shooting. Democrats and Republicans.
I'm hearing, I think it's a different show's programming.
Okay, yeah, Carlos Stone's working on it.
Okay. Okay,
So we
2
have
minutes.
Generic and then 2 hits back to back.
Oh, yeah? That makes sense.
We just got a reminder from Scott that about being careful with the swear.
That's what we need.
Yeah.
I didn't even notice it.
Being there until now.
1 minute.
So here we won't see it.
And we're going to go around that way.
Same way.
Right over here. So we're in the window where a station might theoretically fit in, so let's act like we're live now.
Oh, did you? Hey, let me watch that church. All right, right back.
30 seconds.
30 seconds? Okay. Yeah, I'm on this thing. Right over St. Stephen's Church. Oh, okay. St. Stephen's. Oh, okay.
It's been more than 24 hours now since this tragic ICE shooting left a 37-year-old woman dead. You can see how this neighborhood is responding, setting up their own barricades, sending a very clear message saying, ICE, get out. Here you can see the community coming together, making meals, showing their heart, supporting one another, showing their love in the midst of a heartbreaking tragedy.
Grief. It was so sad. It was so sad. It's like you have to do something. You can't just sit back on the sidelines.
And outrage after an ICE agent fatally shot a 37-year-old woman in her vehicle in Minneapolis on Wednesday.
There is every reason to believe that Renee Nicole Good lost her life trying to help the most vulnerable neighbors in her community.
Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem defended the agent and claimed the woman tried to run him over, while state and local officials disputed claims that the shooting was done in self-defense.
They demanded and commanded her to get out of her vehicle several times. She did not. This is an experienced officer who followed his training, and we will continue to let the investigation unfold.
But Minnesota Governor Tim Walz referred to the event as a brazen use of force and slammed what the state claims is the federal government's decision to exclude a Minnesota agency from its investigation.
We have learned that the Trump administration has now denied the state that ability to participate in the investigation. Minnesota must be part of this investigation.
Walz called on federal authorities to work with state and local officials to de-escalate the tension in the community and for protesters to remain peaceful, while vowing to get justice for the mother of 3 who lost her life.
Minnesotans will tell her life story. Minnesotans will be there to defend her honor and see this as a human being.
You can see how this community feels about what happened here, but all the while the Trump administration's message is resounding, saying that the ICE officers' actions were justified. Live in Minneapolis, I'm Lee Waldman. Well, I was waiting to hear the last word. Should I go when you say Q? Okay. Okay, got it. Okay. Okay.
Why is this even happening? Or stay where you are.
All right, we gonna go that far? Come here, polluter.
This is about where we were.
Don't run
This is
now.
fine, yeah, yeah.
When we talking about knowledge,
I'm not going that way. So.
Huh?
We are here because of that. We are here because of the polluters and the perverters. All right? Everybody want to be a Diddy fan. You're a Diddy guy, right? One of those people, ain't you? You're a perverter, bro. Look, don't skew the knowledge. There's no whites, there's no blacks. This is not a race.
Yep, I can hear him.
All right? This is a human thing. You don't do this to human beings. It's very. No matter what shade of your skin. Do we all understand this? Or are we all ignorant? We all educated? Does the knowledge know that we don't do this to people? Okay. All right, yeah. Let's say it that way. Let's say the education way. Don't tell me to be quiet in my own motherfucking church, in my own soul, and you over here trying to skew your knowledge. All right, you get your knowledge out when you get a chance to. You get your bullshit out when you get a chance to. Okay? Other than that, this is my soil. If you don't like it, then hey, there's other soil to go record it at.
Well, I think there's a lot of people who are here, Christy, who are just heartbroken about what happened, trying to get the message out. We spoke to a neighbor who lives across the street from where Good's car actually stopped yesterday following that shooting, and she says she feels obligated to tell people what she saw, what she heard. But Christy, I want to show you what we're seeing here. You can see neighbors here making their own barricades in place, sending a very clear message to ICE, saying ICE, get out of their neighborhood. Now we also can see the people are cooking meals, showing their heart to their community, trying to support one another during this incredibly heartbreaking time.
I don't know what's going on.
What?
This guy's shouting, fuck the feds.
Okay, we just got to wait till they're in the package.
Yeah.
Hi.
Stay over here for now. I know it's not as hot, but, or like, exciting.
I mean, he only said it for like a second.
He was shouting it repeatedly. I didn't want that on air if I could avoid it.
Yeah.
This way? What's on that side?
Let's, yeah, after we do these couple hits back to back, let's just have this. Do you want to do it face like that?
What's on that sign? I can't
What?
read everything.
It says, "Dear press, you're pointing your cameras at the wrong people. Film the fascists."
Okay. I mean, you can stand in front of it too.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just don't want any expletives. This looks pretty good.
But what I was saying though is just like he's not continually shouting it now. So
He was in the middle of his hit though.
I'm saying now, like he's not.
I know, but he sees you start talking again, then he starts shouting again. Maybe.
I don't. Was it prompted by us, or that's what I'm saying? We don't know.
Better over here. I'm just saying, like a little space couldn't hurt. I'm with you. It's a better angle over here too.
Now, you can see very clearly for yourself exactly how this community feels about what happened, but all the while the Trump administration is holding firm, saying that the agents' actions on that day were justified. Well, at one point we had heard that the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension was going to be assisting in this investigation, but we're hearing from them today that that has all changed now, that they've received guidance from the federal government, from the FBI and from the DOJ, that they are not actually going to share that investigative material. They're not going to share the evidence with the BCA. So now there's doubts from local and state leaders saying that they're unsure about the integrity of this investigation. Thank you.
Got that same guy? Same guy. Yeah.
Okay.
Same dude from last night with Oh, really?
Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
City TV with Cynthia.
Yep, I can hear you.
This car pulled up and kind of ruined our shot. Well, they're pouring supplies out.
Yeah.
All right. I like it now.
Yep, we will. Hey, Cynthia, how are you? Doing good. Still kind of getting the feel of everything that's happening here.
And you saw they had their own questions for this. They're pretty straightforward.
Those are the ones we sent.
Oh, those are the ones we sent?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, my bad. I thought they were.
Sounds good. Cynthia, we're just blocks away, down the street rather, from where this shooting happened, from where
Renee Nicole Good lost her life a little more than 24 hours ago. But I want to show you these barricades that this community is putting in place themselves, blocking this off, using trash cans, using plywood here, using vehicles to block off this street, sending a very clear message that they do not want ICE inside of their community here. We spoke with one woman who lives just across the street from where Miss Good's car finally came to a stop yesterday. And she said from her front porch, she could see inside of that vehicle, could see that there was blood inside of that vehicle, and had no doubt that the person who had been shot had lost their life. There's a sense of overwhelming sadness here, of people who say it's their duty to bear witness to what happened, to share their stories, to send any kind of message of love, community that they can. Well, there's this overwhelming sense of sadness and of anger that's lingering here. Well, so this kind of came as a shock today, because we had heard from local and state leaders that the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension would be assisting the FBI in this investigation. It was an agency formed in 2020, an independent agency that was on a fact-finding mission. Today we're hearing from the BCA. They're saying that the FBI and DOJ is going to withhold evidence and investigative materials from the agency, that the FBI solely would be leading up this investigation. The governor here, Tim Walz, expressing disbelief at this, wondering if this is going to be a fair and transparent investigation. We asked people here how they felt about that, and they said they hope that we get to the bottom of what exactly happened here, that there's some accountability, some justice for what happened here to Renee Good. But, you know, there's also a lot of skepticism. People want there to be an independent body investigation into what happened. This, as the Trump administration is holding firm here, saying that the ICE agents' actions were justified. Thank you. Appreciate y'all. Thank you. I appreciate y'all.
Alrighty, thanks guys. We'll see you at the top of the hour.
Cool.
All right, bye. All right, good hits.
Cool.
The I like the move we were doing while we were able to do it before things got a little
Okay, thank you. Just shout when you're done.
Say her name, Renee Good. 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 Say her name, Renee Good.
I mean, we've been out here since 7 a.m. and there are 2 other crews. Okay, hold on. Now look, now. Okay, they're coming. Get them. Take our shot. Take our shot.
Protest!
Take our shot. You want it?
This is a peaceful
We're not the ones that need to leave. You guys need to leave. Get the fuck out of our street. You guys all need to leave. You leave. Get the fuck out of here. Hey, let's look at the body count here. Who's actually killed someone in this fucking city? Yeah, you guys killed someone. You guys shot him in the fucking face. You're Nazis. We've done nothing. You guys are all pussies and Nazis. You shot a woman in her face yesterday. What is wrong with you? Yeah. You guys are disgusting. You guys are all show your face.
I gotta call him. I'll hang up with you. No, he is not here. He's in the car. No, he can't explain what happened. I don't know how to. This has been happening all day. So.
Eres un inmigrante igual, pendejo. ¿Tu familia qué? A ver tú, ¿por qué quieres estar aquí? Ellos no. ¿Por qué triste, cabrón?
Infants are not safe in this crowd if you support ICE or DHS at all in their efforts to stop the illegal immigration crisis that is happening in our country.
Yes, because this has been happening all day. But I can do that.
Long, man. Yeah, I packed for 2 days. I had to buy a new
Hold on. What?
Live view.
Where is it?
The back of it's on the side of the minivan.
Whose minivan?
I got it.
Oh, okay.
We were being peaceful and you chose to choose violence against us. Fuck you guys. We are here because you murdered somebody and now you're here attacking us. Fuck you and your stupid little paintball gun with your pepper balls in it, you stupid pussy. Fuck you. Nobody has done anything to you guys and you're still using violence against us. Fuck all of you. Get out of the state. Fuck you guys. Why are you here?
Get on the roof of my car.
What's in your car?
I want to see if I can get on the roof of it.
I'm just gonna get quiet because they now want to.
Oh, look at these cocksuckers. Get the fuck out of here. I bet you do that in the morning. Yeah, mom jeans, fucking Payless.
them in need because, again, they might.
Yeah, we're me.
There's like just a huge thing right now, and they were like. That's good.
Followed the 7 guys that they want.
So anyway, if you want to meander over just in case, sorry. So. Shit just went down again in the control. Nothing. The same thing that's been happening.
The control room called me and they were like, "Can we have your cat?"
Yeah, I mean, actually.
Her black adjacent.
Grandmother, great grandmother was black. Sarah's like rolling her eyes.
But if you're great grandmother, your great grandmother.
Yeah, ever.
Okay.
So, what I think you're accusing me of.
Listen, we're British. We were not in this.
Not all of your family.
We were not involved.
Did you get your live view?
What?
Did you get your live
Well,
view?
Laura's like, let's get on TV. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, please get on TV so we can stop. The control room has him on standby. They want you up the whole hour. I'm like, guys, we've been here since. Do you know how long we've been here?
I got lost in school. That's awesome. I was watching them.
Are you, you're on still on PL?
They escorted a family to their car.
I'm gonna take control room. I'm gonna hang up for a sec, because I have to call Brad Parks, but I'll call you right back. Just have the control room talk to Effie if you need something. Oh, excuse me, security. Okay, thanks. I'll call you right back. That was funny. Did you see that? What just happened? That was really funny. Laura just walked by and ran.
And then you said security too. That's not how it works.
Like,
Shut up.
now I know my standing in
I
this
don't know
world.
where our guy went though. He just.
I don't even care.
I know, but he was just like he disappeared.
I hope he's okay, actually.
Yeah.
He's been on it like the whole time.
Yeah. But I'm sure he at some point he needed to go to the bathroom. He was like, fuck these guys.
Once he saw the other crews roll in, he was like,
actually, he told me that he got called in there with his.
yeah. Oh, yeah.
He just come in too.
These trains are so regular, my God. It's like every 10 minutes, I feel like.
Right to the baseball stadium on train.
Oh, yeah?
Like you can see this inside the stadium from the train station.
Here?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
And Brad and I were here. You used to work with Jeff, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought you looked familiar.
Yeah. Hi, I'm from. Sorry.
No.
Yeah, Marcin from TVN Poland.
Poland,
We are
that's
owned
right.
by Warner, just like you are. Yeah.
Okay, I like it.
We're
For
in
now.
the same freaking boat. You know?
How you doing? How you doing?
Yeah. He even has this.
Oh.
Okay, I like it. I like it. So where in Poland do you live?
Fuck you! Fuck ICE! Boo! You're a bunch of cowards!
Let's go!
Fuck ICE! Fuck you guys! Fucking cowards!
We're at war with Venezuela. We're at war with Greenland, so we can't have. You know it's coming.
It's cold, you guys, too. My hands are freezing. You got gloves on? Oh, yeah. Oh, I just, yeah. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah. You know we're from Minnesota. We got this. So, where are you from, man? How do you have so much memory? I'm a guy recording, somebody in my chat is recording it for me.
Oh, I see. You're live on it, so it doesn't.
Yep, exactly. You got it. They're trying to censor
I'm not
me,
very
though.
technical.
No, they're censoring, though. So I'm about to get the name off this app. Ha, but it was worth it.
Yeah. Like Chicago and Lake. Y'all live here then?
Oh, yeah. I live a couple blocks away from it.
Oh, seriously? Yeah. My son and I live.
We were at the Israel last night. It was I was talking about I looked at it was like a concert.
Well, I thought there'd be more here.
Yeah, you're right.
We're coming back
Say her name!
Renee Good!
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 Say her name!
Renee Good! You murdered her! Love you guys! Fucking murderers! Murderers and kidnappers! Supporting a pedophile rapist fucking president! Fucking sellouts! Sellouts! Pussy!
5:30.
No, okay. No, I'm just. They said that I was clear, but.
Oh, apparently.
Somebody.
One more minute. Okay.
Nobody wants you here!
Thank you. All right, bye. Clear.
Cool.
I would say. So are you heading there right now?
What?
Are you heading there right now?
I remember seeing something in Chicago.
No, this is Chicago. That's what I also understood. You know, that's the same thing when he first said it. Yeah.
I don't know. I'd have to look it up. Did we Google it or? I think I put it in East Lake Street in Chicago.
Where do my clubs go?
Yeah, that's the
Station? What are we at 6 again?
I think so, yeah.
Got it. Rent a car for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to the park. I'm cold.
Yeah, we're live in 8 minutes.
Oh, good. Well,
stay
good
safe,
luck.
guys.
Yeah.
See you out there. Take care.
No.
No, I know. Well, that's the problem. But you and I doing
Bonbon, are you staying? We're leaving.
You are? I don't know what we're doing.
An omelet. More coffee. Well, I didn't have breakfast yet.
I haven't either.
So
You and I are on the same dietary schedule.
I have a thing like it. I don't have breakfast and I can I just need my omelet. I'm gonna warm up. I'll see you in a bit.